về cái gọi là ngoại giao an sinh của Việt Nam cách đây khoảng nửa năm thì đó là ngoại giao vaccine.
Hey, good morning, team. So happy Saturday to everyone. So thank you once again for joining our date six Azure certification preparation session. I request everyone to confirm the audio. So request everyone to just confirm through the chat option. So we're waiting since the weekend, and so only few participants only has been joined. So we're waiting another 2 to 3 minutes for joining the rest of the members also did on the call. Please confirm the audio to the chat option. So thank you. I think we have a good number of participants joined. So we have to, yeah, good number. So yesterday we had a discussion on Azure VM creation. So last 2 3 days we had understood. We had a discussion on what is a cloud computing, how cloud computing has been different from an on-premises solution. Then yesterday we were having a discussion on how to create a VM also, how to create a VM on using a Microsoft portal. So at the time of the VM creation, we had a discussion like what are the information to be given at the time of the VM creation. So we understood like when we are going for any kind of a VM creation, it's mandatory that you need to create a region like the which data center the VM to be created because we are rendering a resource or it's been the solution from a cloud service provider. So it's mandatory that there are a couple of information needs to be configured during or at the time of a VM creation. So the one information which is mandatory to given at the time of a creation, it's like a region, like which data center the region or which data center the VM is to be residing or which the VM is been creating. Second one, it's like for a billing purpose, it's mandatory that you need to give a details about your subscription. It's a mandatory that you need to give like which subscription this has been creating. And third information to be given, it's like a resource group. So resource group is something like a container. It's all the information about that particular resource. So this resource can be VM or it can be VNet or any resource which is creating on Azure. So it's mandatory that whenever you are creating or it's you're going for deploying any kind of your services on Azure, it's mandatory that you need to provide the details about the subscription. And second one, it's like the details about the resource group also. That's about the VM creation. Now, once the VM is being created, how to access this VM? So the general or the common method or the methodology we are using in the case of a VM, it's like we are using a RDP connection. So like you'll be using a remote desktop protocol. With the help of that, you'll be able to connect and you will be able to manage or monitor your virtual machine, which is created on Azure or Azure cloud infrastructure. Now, the point you need to remember, most of the times we used to get a concerns or a question from the team. Hey, Robin, I have deployed a VM, but I'm not able to access. The reason for this is like yesterday we had a discussion like it's by default all the inbound connections or the incoming connection to the VM is by default it's been blocked by the cloud infrastructure, and outbound connections is been by default it's been allowed also. So whenever you're going for any kind of a configuration or if you're sending or you're accessing from an external network or from another VNet, you need to make sure that there is a inbound rules is being created. So it's mandatory that there is a inbound rule it's been created. Otherwise, you will not be in a position to create or you will not be able to you will not be able to you will not be able to do any kind of communication. So there is generally it's been done with the help of a firewall and with the help of a NSG. So with the help of a firewall and with the help of NSG, all the kind of a traffic management it's been done. Now that's about the RDP connection. Now in a normal if you're using any kind of VM creation or if you're using a Windows computer or it's a Windows machines, RDP is the one common or it's been RDP is the protocol generally we are using. It's like you have a RDP is the protocol generally we are using for connecting this one. Now, if you're connecting to remote desktop protocol, you have a uh, uh, like all the application is generally it's working with the help of something called protocol. It's been working with the help of a port number. So 3389 is the port number it's been using on RDP. So with the help of a port number 3389 and RDP protocol, the rules or the inbound connection or the incoming connection needs to be configured. The port number 3389 it's been a mandatory or it's been the by default port. And in case if you are using any customized port, you will have an option to rechange or you can have the option to reconfigure also. Now, in case if you're using a Linux machines or in a Unix flavors, you can use it's like SSH. So SSH in case of in the case of a Linux machine, you need to use a software called a putty. So with the help of a putty, you need to enable the SSH or it's been with the help of with the port number, we are using this one. So the help of this putty, you can able to connect a Linux machine. Now, in case you're using an open source Linux client, so whether it's been Red Hat client or a SUSE or Ubuntu, if any kind of a Linux clients, if you're using, then you can use a free open source or a software called Remina. So with the help of a Remina, you'll be able to connect Windows PC from a Ubuntu distribution. So this is the way it's been working. So Remina is the software you can able to use. It's been okay. So Ubuntu, it's been Remina, it's been the software which been using for connection. So that's about RDP protocol. Now, Just give me a second. Now, once your VM is been installed or once the VM is been configured on the server, you can connect with the help of a public IP address. So yesterday we have seen like it's been connecting from external, for example, like you are a user and the VM you have created on the cloud infrastructure. Now, for connecting to this one, you can use a public IP address. With the help of a public IP address, you can use, or in case it's like if the public IP address is not there, then you need to use a concept called a P2S VPN, so called a point to site VPN. So that kind of a situation through internet, you are connecting using a private IP address, and you need a VPN client and VPN server also. And if you want to connect from a office or from a infrastructure, then you need to use a another concept called S2S. It's called site to site. So like in on premises, like in your on premises data center can be integrated with your existing, or it's been you'll be able to connect with your uh, infrastructure, it's on the VM or the cloud infrastructure. Now, when you are connecting to an Azure VM, as the public IP address has been mandatory. So this is a mandatory that you need to use it. So there's a point we have discussed yesterday. Now there are three ways generally we are connecting. The method yesterday we are discussed, like for example, like you have VM. So in a normal case, like if you're connecting to a VM, it's like one option. It's like all the VM needs to be a public IP address. So using a public IP address, the users has been connecting to the VM. It's been connecting using with the help of a public IP address. So public IP address is mandatory, and by default, it's like all the VM which has been creating or it's been configured, it's getting a public IP address. So with the help of that, you are connecting. The concern or the questions you are getting here, it's like if you're using a VM, public IP address is been needs been by default it's been assigned to all the VM on the cloud infrastructure. So this public IP address is not a free product. This is a cost product. So there is a cost is involved. So in that case, if you are using multiple VMs, like if for example, like in your organization, you are using 1,000 VM. All the 1,000 VM, if it is configured at the public IP address, there is some cost also is involved. So cost is involved. Second thing, your infrastructure you are exposing to internet. So like so there is a some kind of a security issues also you are going to face. Like there is a security has been compromised. So so this was the case in a normal or in a normal scenario. So that's the reason we started using another concept called gem server. So you'll be using a dedicated VM server. So you'll be using a VM server. So with the help of that, this only the VM server will have a public IP address. So rest of the members or the rest of the VM which is configured in your infrastructure will have a concept of private IP address. They will have only the private address. They will not have any public IP address. So with the help of that, you'll be assigning this one. So with the help of that, this you'll be connecting from external. So you'll be taking a RDP connection to the VM server. From there, again, you will take a RDP connection. So this is the way generally the connection is been established. So this concept is called a gem server concept. Now, right now the IP address is by default, it's been assigned. Now let's see how this IP address can be removed from your system. And so that's called disassociate. So whenever you're creating a VM, by default, this has been IP address has been assigned. For example, like if you're seeing you, let's connect to our lab. Let me connect to my VM lab machine. So it's been connecting to the lab machine. Let's come to the lab machine. So yesterday we have installed one VM. So let's see if it's virtual machines. This is one VM. It's been created. Now you can see there is a public IP address. Right now it's been not available because my VM is in a stop state. You can see able to see. So this has been already stopped yesterday. So that's the reason this public IP address is not showing. So let's start the VM. So I'm just powering on the VM, which has been right now. You can see this public IP address has been assigned. See, you can see there's a public IP address is assigned. So in case you have a multiple VM in your infrastructure, now for a security purpose, if you want to remove this public IP address, the option generally we are using, like, you need to go to the networking option, like any VM. For example, like I need to remove this public IP address from the VM. So the first option or the task you need to do is like you need to connect to the VM. You can just connect to the VM and under going to networking tab. If you click in networking tab, you can see there is a network interface you can see here. So this is the place under networking. You can see this option called network interface. Right now I have attached only one network interface card. Right now, if you're seeing here, there's only one interface card only it's been attached. Now, if I need to add additional network interface card, I need to click on the attached network interface card. Right now, my VM or the virtual machine is in a running state. That's the reason we are not getting an option for attaching additional network interface card. So you need to make sure that the VM in a stop or in a shutdown state. Only that situation only you will have an option to add additional network card. Otherwise, you will not get option. It will be in a gray out mode. So you'll have option for attaching another network card here. Right now, you can just click on the virtual network. Now inside this, you will be able to see one option called IP configuration. You can click on the IP configuration. Now here you can click on this IP. Now here you will be able to see there is option called public IP address. So right now you can see there is a public IP address is associated with this interface card, with this BM 175 network interface card. Now at any point of time, if you want to remove public IP address from VM, you will have option for associate and disassociate option. If I'm dissociating here, the public IP address currently it's been associated will be removed. Now we can just remove this one and we can just go and check and verify on the VM option. So let's open the another tab. Now this public IP address has been removing. So this option is called disassociate and associate. Disassociate means that you're removing from that public IP address. So that the option you can use it. So it will take a few minutes. So right now you can see the public IP address has been disassociated. Now let's go and verify on the virtual machine. You can see it's been select VM1 because we have removed the IP address from the VM1. So VM1, right now you can see there is no IP address has been assigned here. Now let's go and check in the VM properties also. Is there any IP address has been showing here? Right now you can see the public IP address has been removed. So this is the way generally the public IP address has been associating and disassociating. Anyway, we need to connect to this VM. So I'm just associating the public IP address. So I'm saying that what is the public IP address? It can be just give me associated. So VM 175, the public IP address has been assigned. Just refresh. This IP address. So just go to IP configuration, choose the public IP address. So it's associated. Just refresh here. Right now you can see this public IP address has been assigned. Just refresh and you can see this public IP address will be assigned. You can see public IP address has been assigned. So this is the way generally the IP address has been associating, or the public IP address has been associating and disassociating. Now let's go back to the discussions. So we have seen like how to connect a VM also. So how to connect using a VM, that option already we have discussed. Now warning, it's been like whenever you're connecting this one, this is because like you need to do a certificates installation. So you need a valid certification link. Otherwise you'll be getting this kind of error message. So you need a valid certificate. So you need to upload it that. And so it's a machine certificate needs to be placed on the client machine. So you need to get a certificate, valid certificate. Otherwise you'll be getting this kind of a publisher error message that you can just skip it. Now, how to add an additional data disk into your VM. Right now, it's at the time of the OS creation, we have selected only two disks, right? One is OS and there is one temporary storage has been created. Now, if you can see here, now let's connect to this VM. Now let's connect to the VM. Let's connect to that VM which we have created. right now if you're checking the hard disk configuration, or it's been what is the configuration of hard disk available in the system, you may be noticing like by default there is a two disk is been provisioned. One it's been like almost a 15 GB for a temporary storage, and you can see there is a C drive is been allotted for your OS drive. So by default CS drive it's been like if it is a Linux machine you'll have a 30 GB. In the case of Windows machines you'll have getting around 126 GB of a C drive space. So if any data we are saving on this temporary storage, it should be cleared. So if there is any, this basically using for a paging or a SAP file, we are using this one. So if you are saving any data here, for example, like text file, for example, like AZ104 training. Now, if you just try reboot your system, or if you just try to stop and start your system, this information will be cleared from here. So this temporary storage is not preferred for saving any customer information or data. So OS drive it's been 126 is been generally assigning for a Windows computer. Now, right now, if you're seeing your disk management, there is a two hard disk is been currently it's been created. Now the customer is saying like, I need an additional hard disk. Customer is saying like, I need a disk two, or I need a E drive or a F drive. Now let's see how to add an additional hard disk. So if you want to do an additional hard disk, you need to go to the respective VM properties. There you will get an option called disk. So there will be get an option for disk. So there will be getting an option like data disk. There is, you can see there is an option called data disk. So you can just go to VM properties. From the disk option, you'll be getting an option called data disk. You will see data disk. So here you'll have an option like create and attach new hard disk. So if you want to create a new hard disk, you can select this option, or if you have any existing VHDs been available, you can provide that details. Now this is one option you can select. It's like or after creation of a VM. Now at the time of a VM, for example, like we are creating a new VM. Now at the time of the VM, if you want to create a new or additional hard disk, in the disk tab, right now you're getting like you're filling all these details, right? After that there is one more tab is coming, disk tab, right? In the disk tab bottom, you will get the similar option like a create attach new hard disk or attach a existing hard disk. So additional hard disk can be provided at the time of the installation or at the time of a deployment, or it can be provided after the installation also. So any of this option can be useful. So you can use any of this option. Now I'm adding additional hard disk. For example, like my customer is saying like, hey, I need an additional hard disk. So let's see how to add this. I'm just attaching a new hard disk. It's been giving len1. Disk name is SQL, and premium SSD size I'm just going for 10 GB. I need the customer is looking at 10 GB hard disk. Now once you are given here, and encryption and read only mode, all these things is been saved. Just give save. Now it will take some couple of minutes. Right now we are seeing like how to add additional hard disk. Just wait. Now let's go to the VM. Once the disk is been added, this similar like your how your on-premises data center, how generally the disk is been added. Like if you're getting any storage or a LAN it's been provisioned from a storage, we used to go to disk management, and from there we are doing all kind of a disk management or the scanning and initialization of the disk, right? The same procedure needs to be followed here also. Like once the disk is been added, that will be detected as in a not initialized mode. So in the VM disk management properties, you can have option for scanning. Just go to for Just go for a initialization of disk. Now just keep initialize. Now, right now the disk has been provisioned here. Now you can do, it's been an unallocated state. So now with the help of a file system or whatever disk label or all the details, if you want, you can add it here. You can just go to normal way. So just like ELETR, SQL, and you can just format and you can start using this one. So SQL, now it's been creating. Now if you go to your My Computer, you'll have option 4. You'll be able to see the SQL drive. So this is the way generally you will be able to add additional disk. Now, if you want n number of a disk, you have option for add additional hard disk. So you'll be able to add it from here. So this is the way. This is the way disk is being added on the server. Now, let's see how to open a port. Now, at the time of a VM creation, so we clearly defined like in this VM, for example, like you hosted a VM on the cloud. Now, I was saying like by default, your VM is having a property like you need to configure a rule. You need to configure rule because by default, it's been VM is not allowing any incoming connection. Incoming connections are not allowed. Now, if you go to the properties, right, like VM properties, if you're selecting under networking, you can see there is a inbound and outbound rule details is been listed. Now, if you're seeing here, you have an option, you're getting like an inbound rule and you're getting option of outbound rule also. You'll be seeing both like what are the packets or application is been allowed. You are getting an option for inbound rule and you're getting an option for outbound rule also. There's a two option you will be able to see here. Now, inbound rule or a outbound rule, if you're taking, by default, there is a 3 rule. It's been by default, it's been available. This 300 is manually we have added. Okay. This 300 is not a default one. 300 is like at the time of a installations we have added. So this 65,000 or 65,001, 65,000, there's a 3 inbound rule it's been created and you have 3 outbound rule also. So these are 3 outbound rule. It's been by default, it's been available on any VM or it's been any resource which is been creating on your machine. So this inbound rule is saying, what is the rule is saying? Allow VNet inbound connection from any virtual network. You can see there is a allow button and deny. So there is a 2 condition it's been applying here. One is allow and the second one is a deny. So this is saying like virtual network to virtual network. So it's been within a VNet, all the VM can be able to communicate each other. So I was saying like incoming connections been by default it's been blocked. You can see here any source coming to your in connection by default block it other than this load balancer and virtual network. So it's within a virtual network. That means you have created a virtual network in here. Now you have created a cloud, you are created a cloud infrastructure. You created a cloud infrastructure. Now inside that you created a VNet. Now in VNet, you installed one VM. It's called VM1. You install VM2 and you have a load balancer also. There's one load balancer installed. So by default, any VM or virtual machine which you are configured inside your VNet, by default, any virtual machine which is configured or within a VNet can communicate each other. So VNet to VNet, within a VNet, within a virtual network, all the VM or all the VMs which are on a different subnet also can be able to communicate each other. So VNet to VNet. So within a VNet, all communication is okay. So within a VNet, okay, it's not outside VNet. For example, like you have another VNet here. For example, like it's a VNet 2. From here to here, communication by default it's been blocked. It's not allowed. But within an office, for example, like this is your one department. This is like a HR department. This is another department. Now, one person from this department cannot come to HR department and do chit chat because it's the rule is blocked because uh, this is the ODC in your organization. So this is in your office. This is a ODC. So this is an ODC. So this employee, so it's or the resource within that ODC only can be able to communicate each other. So similar way. So within a VNet, whatever resource you have created, you have option to communicate each other. Now, if you want to set any kind of a traffic management or a kind of a restriction, you may have to configure NSG. That's called Network Security Group. So this NSG can be configured in two way. One is in a subnet level or in a virtual network interface card level. You will be able to configure this NSG. Now, the first rule or the first inbound rule is saying all virtual machines which you are created within a VNet can communicate each other. So within a VNet, you'll be able to communicate each other. So there's a rule you need to define. So within a VNet, the communication is been by default, it's been allowed. Now, other than this, any packet is coming, whether this is coming from on premises or this, whether it's been connecting from a user, which is from a external, or it can be from another region or if another hybrid cloud, all this packet is by default, it's been blocked. Now you can see here that rule. It's like any to your destination has been by default, it's been any to any, it's been by default, this has been blocked. Now at the time of a VM creation, we we are configured a policy, right? Like any source, if anyone is coming a packet RDP, right? So at the time of a VM creation, you may be noticed, you have selected this option, right? In the basic option, you selected this, right? Here you are selected like I need RDP. Now why this RDP is not getting, because I have selected a Ubuntu operating system. So let's go for Windows. You'll be getting an option like RDP. So you when the moment you selected this RDP here, it's technically it's creating an inbound rule. You can see here this all information is being creating. Now here you have, right now you can see there is a priority also. So if you remember your group policy, right, there is a priority, it's been it's given, right? So you may be like a link order or something will be generally we are using, right? So here also you have a NSG having also priority will be the, generally these priority numbers are starting from 100 to 1000, sorry, 100 to 4096 is the priority numbers is by default, it's been available for NSG. So the lowest one having a highest priority. So any rule which is configuring with the 100 is having a highest priority, and any rule which is starting with the 409 it's been having a lowest priority. So the lowest number having highest priority and highest is having lowest priority. So 65,060 65,000 and it's been the three is by default, this has been allowed. If you're manually, if you're creating any rule, maximum this can be the priority can be only for 1096. So this 97, you if you're typing, you'll be getting an error. See here, the priority number can be between only from 100 to 4096 only. So 100 is having a highest priority and 4096 having the lowest priority. So you need to define all the rules with a port priority number. Right now you can see uh, the, the priority number is being given. So 339. So if any packet is coming saying that I need to access RDP. So first it will check what is the priority number is given. It will start checking from here. Now if any rule is matching, that moment it will be allowed access. Now once the any rule or any condition is been matching, or it can be allow or a deny, till that only it will be doing a validation. After that they will not do any kind of a validation. So this RDP uh, is been created here. Now if I need to do any kind of a rule, for example, like for this VM I'm hosting HTTP. So if I need to configure some HTTP action, so I'm just saying like HTTP to be allowed, so I can able to select it here like HTTP or HTTPS. I can able to configure it here. So right now you can see this is HTTP I'm configuring. Just give allow, so I can give a priority also. This priority can be 301 or it can be 302 or whatever. and you can do like this connection for web server. Web server. We'll see this web server creation possible in the post break. We'll see how to create a web server also. Now, and outbound rules, if you're seeing, there is, you can see by default, virtual network to virtual network connection is been allowed, and your virtual VM to internet also it's allowed. Any other communication by default, this is be blocked. Like say, for example, like one VNet to another VNet, or one region to another region, or one region to your on-premises network, or to your VPN, or any other component in the network. By default, this has been blocked. So there will not be any option. By default, it's available. By default, the outgoing connection to the internet is been allowed, and to another virtual network also it's been allowed. So that's about the VM one. It's called opening a port. So we'll be seeing like how to open a port. Now we'll see a create how to create a VM also. Now before moving to this one, let's have a question. So this is the first question for you. So you can paste your answer on the chat window. Which URL we can download the video? That depends upon which website you are using handy. So if that depends upon oh, you're talking about the webinar. Okay, I thought it's like some website you're talking. So answer for this question is be like yes, it's been like the answer is C for this question. Now let's go for the next question. So this is the next question for you. So answer for this, like if you want to go for any additional hard disk or any app, it's preferred to go for an additional hard disk. So an additional data disk to be attached, because voice disk is basically we are using for the operating system or a root, right? We cannot save anything on a temporary storage because it's been a clean state, right? When we are rebooting, whatever data it's been available on that disk, that will be deleted or it's been cleaned. So it's not possible. Next question. Is the final rule. It's been like so answer for this question is deny all. It's like by default, it's been all the rules you can configure. But if there is no rule is been available on the system, by default, your system will block deny all. So if you're not configured any rule, the final rule will be, for example, like you configured anything like RDP, then HTTPS, and the last rule will be deny all incoming connection. The final rule will be deny all. So answer for this question is deny all. So thank you. And now VM configuration is over. Now, if you have any question related to VM, let's have a discussion, and post break we'll have a discussion on VM availability, and we'll see like what is availability set and availability zone also. So any question related to the VM management, like the VM configuration part or VM deployment part? We are good, right? If you're good, I request you to just confirm this on the chat window. Are we good? Thank you. We got an answer. It's like, let me saying like it's good. It's in clear about this concept. Yeah. Thank you, Edwin. Thank you, Shampoo. Thank you, Oliver. Agus. Thank you. Okay, let's take a 5 minutes break and back, and we'll discuss about the couple of VM management options, and we'll discuss about VM availability set and VM availability zones and other options on the VM side. Then we'll get into the networking side. So thank you, and let's take a 5 minutes break, and we'll get into the next topic. I hope all are back. Now, till now we have, so till now we had a discussion on how to create a VM, and we understood like how to do a RDP connection and how to connect the virtual machine which you are hosted on the VM side. Now, whenever you're going for any kind of route or whenever you're going for any kind of connection, this is the common issue generally we are facing. Like it's like the two issues generally have seen. It's been from the team saying that they are not able to connect Microsoft Azure RDP protocol, or it's been they are not able to connect the VM which you are hosted on the Microsoft side. So this is basically like how you are providing a credential. Like you installed a VM or you configured a VM on the cloud, but when you are connecting from Microsoft side, you are getting a screen like this. Now people have always a doubt. What is the domain name to be used? If you're connecting from your office laptop, you maybe it's getting an option like Apple/Robin, right? Apple/Robin, right? But that VM which you are configured on the cloud, this is not part of your Apple domain network. So if the people is trying with Apple slash the VM1 or the whatever the user account you are created, you'll be getting error message saying that this is not valid. Or if Shambhu is trying, like it's like Apple/Shambhu and the password, you'll be getting an error message saying that this username and or the credential is not valid. So whenever you're connecting your VM, is the first time, or if there is no domain, you can use a term like root. You can put a dot and give username which you are created at the time of the installation. So root means that you are saying to your VM or the authentication, hey RDP, do one thing. My username is X or Y. What is the X or Y? At the time of the installation, like when you're creating a VM, you're defining that username here. In this column, you're saying username and password. So you're saying like go and do the validation inside the VM itself. You don't need to connect to any Active Directory. You need to ensure that it's been validating inside the VM itself. Because when we are doing any kind of authentication, there are two methods generally we are using. So within a SAM file or within a Active Directory domain. Right now we don't have any Active Directory here, so it's only Azure Active Directory is there. So by default it's been built only here. So you're saying the validation to be done inside. So you need to give like a root slash the username which you have created at the time of the installation. There are some situation users or customers used to say like, hey, I'm not getting a specified size, saying that my D2, I'm getting only D2 configuration, G configuration is not available, or I'm not able to configure my VM on some specific country or a region. So this is basically it's a subscription issue. So because right now you may be using your free account. So free account is not allowing you to create all the type of the configuration. So Microsoft is given some kind of a limitations saying that free account can be created only some X or Y data centers only. So at any point of time, you're getting a message saying that this is not supported. The reason it's like you're using a free trial or a free account. That's the reason you are not able to select some particular specific size, or you are not able to create a resources on a particular region. So that's not an Azure issue, that's a subscription issue. So these are the two information you need to remember. So authentication issue if you're seeing, you need to connect using the root and you will be able to do. Now, in case if you're using a Windows Server 2012 and if you're going for any kind of upgradation, so there is a in-place upgradation is not possible on 2012 to 2019 or 2016 if you're hosting on a VM. So there is no direct upgradation. It's not possible. So you need to go for another options like um, you can go for something like fresh installation and migration kind of option you need to do. So in case if you already have any VM which is hosted in 2012 and if you're trying for a in place upgradation, that's not supported on the VM. So you need to go for a installation first, then you need to go for a migration. Now let's try to create a installation on a virtual machine, and we'll try to connect a web server. So the lab currently we are going to create, it's like you're going to create a VM. For example, like one VM will create, and on this you will install a web server, and we'll connect it from the external from internet. Okay, so this is the option we are planning to do right now. So the VM, it's been the virtual machine, it's been already created here. Right now you can see this is the virtual machine VM1, it's been created. Now if you can just check, it's been, so see this is the VM1. Right now it's been created on this one. So right now we are going to create a web server. Now we are hosting a web server on the Microsoft Azure side, and we'll try to connect it from externally. So just go to add roles and features. Next, file and storage. Let's go for web server. So we'll like there's an option called web server. Next, or select this default one and do the installation. I'm creating a web server. It will take some time. You need to go for installation, just give install. So installation is started on the VM1. So the installation has been completed. Now let's check the web server. Now just check that what is the IP address currently it's been used. It's been 10.2.0. Now I have a public IP address and private here. Let's check the web server connectivity or functionality from the same server itself. Just give same IP. If the server has been working, yes. Right now the web server has been working. I haven't configured any domain here, but generally if you are doing any kind of validation, you can able to do this kind of option. Just do self validation can be done from the local server itself. Now, right now the VM, right now if you're seeing here, the VM which currently you're hosted or you're currently it's been configured. Now the validation, right now you are created a VM. You install an operating system. On top of that, you install IaaS application. Now this VM is got only the private IP address right now here. So it's about 10.2.0.4. Now I've done a validation here, like a local server validation done. So any VM which is part of the same VNet, they will be able to access with the same IP address. Or if you're doing any kind of a DNS mapping, or it's kind of any alias, or it's been any configuration locally domain, you'll be able to access. Now this VM, whatever application, like the IaaS has been using a HR application. Now all the users is been connecting from outside. It's a due to pandemic, they want to connect it from, or you need to publish this website to internet. Now let's try to see how this can be accessed from an internet. Now from internet, if you want to access this one, first of all, you need a public IP address, right? Now let's see this how this can be accessed from internet, because the moment if you're trying with the 10.10.2.0.4, where this is not getting, because the IP address is a private IP address. It's not a routable one in the internet, right? The moment you tried this is on your local computer, see here, https:/10.2.0. It's a private IP address that can be worked within the system, right? So it's been available in the local computer. So now let's try the same thing on in a 1 second. So whatever Alistair is mentioned, it was a local host, right? It's the IP address which I was referring here. It was a local IP address. So with this, I'll not be able to access from internet. Now we need to use some routable IP address on the internet. So let's go to the VM portal. So let's go to the virtual machine. Right now there is a public IP address is here. See, this is the public IP address is assigned to your VM. Now let's try with this public IP address. Now we are trying to connect the same VM, right? Right now, if you're seeing here, so this server is got a public IP address also, right? You're agreeing with this point, right? So this server is got a public IP address also. That's what is it, 20.x.x. There's a public IP address we got. Now let's try with this public IP address. I'm a user. I'm trying from connecting from internet using this public IP address. Now, when the moment you're trying with the public IP address, you can see this is trying to search. Where is this public IP address? Where is it from? You can see here. Right now, you are not able to access this one. Yes. What is the reason we are not able to access this one? So that's a question for you. There are few people has been posting like, hey, there is some HTTP port is not allowed, and there is some 80 is not allowed. Let's try to get an answer from everyone. Like, what is the reason why this public IP address is not resolving this one? So I request everyone to post your answer through a chat option. The reason the whatever answers is Alistair and Handin is given is the right answer, because right now my packet is been coming here. Now, if you're seeing here, now I'm a user. I'm coming with a request saying that http // 20.x.xs. I'm just connecting here through internet. My connection is coming till VM. Now what my VM will do? My VM will open this packet. Oh, he'll tell, oh, thank you for your request. He'll tell like, it will take the packet. Now it will validate with the list of the protocol it's allowed. There is something called inbound rule, right? So it will check, oh, I got a packet like HTTP is allowed or not. It you see, you can see here in the VM property, it will check here. It will take the packet and it will validate. Hey Robin, this packet is been allowed or not. It will check it from here. See, so you have a 6005, 6010, but there is no rule for my HTTP, right? There is no inbound rule is been configured. See here, yes, there is a rule for RDP. It's allowed. That's the reason it's been allowing. If this rule is not there, it will not allow RDP also. Right now I received the packet and it is validating against the priority. So it will check the first rule 300. It will ask priority 300. Tell me this is HTTP is allowed or not. So this rule number 300 will tell I am having a highest priority, bro, but my having a highest priority, but I'm allowing only the protocol RDP. I'm not allowing you for HTTP. So first rule is not matching. So it will go to the next rule. It's been configured on the here. So there is no next rule here for 301. So up to 6500 it will go. It will check is there any HTTP has been allowed. Now there is no rule allowed. So the last rule it will take. What is the last rule? If this any of this rule is not matching, by default deny everything. So that's the reason it's not been connecting. Now I need to allow HTTP here. So I need to allow if any source, if you have any specific from any IP address or a source, you have an option to provide that also. You have option for internet or a service tag or IP address. So if you're thinking like some connection to be allowed only from a on-premises public IP address or IP address, you can give that network details here, saying that on premises so and so network only this packet is been allowed. So you'll be able to configure it here. Right now I'm just seeing it's we are doing a lab. Let's go for any. Now it's asking like to which destination. Now, if you want to have any specific IP address, if you want to mention, you can configure that also. But right now, I'm not going for any NATing or a source NATing or a destination NATing kind of thing here. I'm allowing only any to any kind of a mode. So saying what is the application using, so you can able to do configure HTTP or HTTPS also. It's based on how your web server is been configured. So by default, it will taking a TCP protocol, and you can define a rule also. Do you want to allow this HTTP or deny this one? So I'm saying that allow this one. Now you can configure any priority code also. So if you have multiple rule, it's been configured. Based on that, you will be able to select the priority code. I'm just giving like a 310. So you can tell like this is the port number 80. You can give some description, so which you'll be able to identify, saying that NSG NSG rule for HR portal. So you can tell. So NSG rule, you can just give NSG rule for HR portal. So this rule is for, you can give this. This rule is allowed for accessing HR payroll site. Some details you can site some rule. So I just created a security rule. Now the rule is been created. Now you can see, just refresh. You can see there is a rule is been created. See, 330 is the rule created, and it's been allow HTTP and allow. Now the moment if I'm clicking now, IP address is got changed or what? Let's check. Is there any other? Look like the IP address is been changed. No, it's been taken. Look like it's not connecting. Look like this public IP address is not connecting or accessible from outside. So look like there's some issue with this. Let me just stop and restart. Look like there is some issue with the VM. So yours is connecting. Yeah, maybe this public IP address having some issues here. So look like the VM which we are currently using having some issue. I'm just trying to troubleshoot. Just stop and restart. You got a connection. That's good. Yeah, that's great. It's mean like you're able to use it. That's good. So let's start my VM. Cannot access from my side. It's been just check it. This VM just restarted. Technically, we don't need to restart a VM. Okay. So, but in case if you are done a associate or disassociate, maybe some situation will face this kind of issues. So my VM is something like something going wrong. Maybe my laptop firewall may be blocking something. Let's see. Let's see what is the IP address getting. Let me check it. Is there any public IP address issue? Look like there is some issue with my public IP address. This public IP address is not able to connect from outside. Look like my VNet and public IP address is not communicating. Let's check it. My public IP address is not able to access from outside. Public IP address. This public IP address is been not taking on my VM. That's the reason it's not able to access. Let's troubleshoot. Let's disassociate and try. So that's Alistair, thank you. That's your public IP address, right? That's good. But my VM is actually it's been thinking like VM is saying like, hey Robin, is a weekend and on me make me trouble. So my VM is actually it's in on weekend actually it's in weekend mode. So it's not it's all packet is been it's blocking. So look like something went wrong on some side. So yesterday night I configured some couple of rules also here on my subscription. So maybe that the reason it's been blocking. So let's try. Just wait some time. At least you got the concept right. So I just requesting everyone to just confirm to the chat window. It's not a list. It's not a because of a browser issue. This is actually because of the cloud side. It's been blocking you. Yeah, I'm agreeing with your point. There are some things like if there is any semantic or is there any uh, firewall, it's been internal firewall, or if your office network having some checkpoint or so forth, generally it will block. Or if there is any unsecured packet is going, it will block. But in our lab case, it's been the first time we are facing look like there is some rule issue. So let's try to connect once again. Otherwise, if it is not working, we'll see it in the later sessions. Let's wait. So let's check my VM once again. See, you can see my VM is not taking public IP. Look like there's some issue with my network. It's not connecting. So we'll see this in the later session. Like this has been not able to ping. Yes, now it's been working. That's great. Now it's been working. Right now you can see it's been working because there was some issue. Now it's been solved. It's been. So here we have added right now that lab currently we have done. We have installed a web server on the VM1. Initially we were not able to access because HTTP rule was not allowed, because HTTP was not allowed. That's the reason we were not able to access. So right now we added HTTP rule saying that it's been allowed. That's the reason we are able to access from a internet. Now the moment you changed it, the moment you are saying like instead of allow, if you're giving a deny, you can see this is been blocking also. Right now if you're clicking here, I'm just seeing the security role. It's been like all HTTP packet, block it. You don't need to configure a separate blocking rule for HTTP because by default there is a final deny rule. It's been configured, so you don't need to configure some any additional rule. Now if you the moment if you're seeing like additional rule is been configured, you can see it should be you'll be getting a message like that it's been blocked. Right now it's been taking from a cache. That the reason it's been showing. So if you're trying on another browser or it's been on another network, you will not be able to access this website. So that's about the managing or inbound or it's been outbound rule. So right now you may be understood like what is the importance of inbound and outbound rule. So basically by default all incoming connections is been blocked. So in case if you're using web server or any kind of application on the system, you can go for this kind of a rule creation. So installation this lab you can do or this exercise you'll be able to do it on the system. Now virtual machine price, if you want to get it, like when you are creating a virtual machine, you have you maybe notice that like there is a lot of virtual machine options you are getting right at the time of a virtual machine creation. Now if you're selecting here virtual machine and see the size, there is a different size being available. Now what is the size it's been available on the each region that we have seen yesterday, like you need to go to the each region, Azure region, and you can able to see the products. You can, if you're selecting the product supported product sub Azure regions, if you're selecting here on the Microsoft document, you will be able to see the complete product Microsoft is supporting on each region. Like you will be able to see the Azure products supported in each region. So if you're going to this compute and virtual machine, if you're selecting all the region, so you'll be getting all the region detail, like what type of configuration it's been available. Because in the day two we had a discussion like uh, the configuration, it's like based on the customer business requirements or a customer client requirement, we will be able to select what type of configuration you need. So so this is the way you will be able to find out this. Now if you want to find out what is the pricing for this, so that also you need to select, like instead of going for it's been simply selecting any high-end configuration, if you're typing the Microsoft documentation, so You don't need to remember all this configuration or pricing details. So whenever you have any information you need, you can just write Microsoft site. So you can just type virtual machine series. This beautifully explain like what are the type of the series is been generally available. Now if you're seeing here, you have seen like a series or a B series here. You're seeing like a D series, and you're seeing B series or a ECC series or E series or F series or D series. Now if you want to get what is the purpose of this, it's beautifully explained here. You can see it's been mentioned like A series is generally using for a development or a testing purpose, or B series is like economic situation, or D series general purpose one. And it's giving a beautiful explanation also what type of processor it's supporting. And right side you'll be able to see the pricing also. So what is the pricing for each VM or the Linux or a VM? You'll be able to see this pricing tab and pricing details also. Like if it is a Windows VM, what is the price is Microsoft is charging. So this is about the compute cost. Okay, this is not included the storage cost, because yesterday we understood like there's a two cost is involved. One is called Windows cost, so compute cost, and second one is a storage cost also. If you want to get a detail for a per hour, or it's been what would be the cost for the Windows, you'll be able to get it from here. There's a pricing calculator is been available. Now if you want to find out what is the pricing, for example, like you're going to use or you're going to configure some virtual machines on the Microsoft server. Now, if you want to find out or if you want to calculate some pricing in advance, you can use a by something called pricing calculator. So you can just go to pricing calculator. So pricing calculator, Azure, you can just give. There is a online pricing calculator is been available. There you can able to see what are the resources you are configuring. You can able to take a quotation kind of thing. Because as a user, I'm going to implement some SQL database or some storage account or virtual machine. Now, if you want to find out what is the price, it's been coming, you can able to select it from here. So virtual machine, you can select, you'll have option for what are the information you want. You can add a virtual machine. See here, you can see like which region you want your virtual machine. For example, like I'm going to install it in East US. What is the operating system I'm using? I'm using a Windows. I'm going to use for something called OS. So one second. So right now you'll be able to calculate your pricing detail. For example, like I'm saying, like I need DG. Here you'll be able to get all the configuration details. Also, I'm saying like I need a D8. So it's not supported, and some detail has been not supported my subscription. That's the reason it's been given error message. So just I'm saying like virtual machines, and I need one storage account. I need one SQL database. Now you can able to see if you whatever products you want, you can add it here also. Networking. So I need one traffic. I need one virtual network. I need Azure DNS, I need a gateway, I need a firewall. So you can select whatever information you want, you can add it here. I need a public IP address. So whatever products you want, you can add it like this, and you'll be able to take a quotation, or you'll be able to select you'll be able to find out the pricing also. I'm saying like one virtual machine, D2, I'm using Windows operating system, and pay as you go model. If you want to reserve for some years, Microsoft will give some kind of a discount also. So if you're seeing here, you have one year, and it's been 3 years. Some reserve, if you're reserving this model for at least 1 year or a 3 year, Microsoft will give some discount also. So do you want the OS license or not? So based on that, the pricing it's been calculated. Now you can see $156 is for it's been selected. Now the storage account, is the general one I'm creating. So like this way, you'll be able to select it here or each product. So whatever size you need, I'm saying like I need a 10 GB. Okay. Now weekly backup you need, monthly backup you need, virtual network where you are going to create. What is the gateway you are going to create? Like network gateway I'm using. What is the type of the zones you are creating? What is the gateway cost? Or what is the tunnel? How many tunnels you are creating? Is it a internet to VNet? What is the tunnel? What is the firewall you are deploying? So what is the IP address you need? How many static IP address you need? I'm saying like I need one static IP address. You can see that some charges been involved. And what is the support model you need? Do you need a developer or a professional? I'm saying this, I need a professional. So you'll be able to calculate this pricing that 3000, it's been the monthly cost for this product, right? $3,700. Now, if you want to purchase or if you want to calculate in your own um, price, like for example, like I'm just calculating India. So this is the price it's been. If you want to in some other, for example, like if you're connected from Australia, so if you want to connect it Australian dollar, you'll be able to save it. And if you want to export, this can be exported in Excel format, or it can be converted, or it can be saved also. So if you want to connect with your leadership or management, you'll be able to submit in Excel format all these details. So if you're going for any kind of a pricing detail, you'll be getting in Excel format. So for that, you'll be able to use this pricing option that's called a price calculator. So with the help of the price calculator option, you'll be able to go for this one. Now, cost management already we have discussed, like cost is a important, or it's been very important factor that you need to consider. So cost management can be used like in case of you want to download an invoice, or if you want to do any kind of a billing, or it's been budgeting if you want to do, then you can go for the cost management option. So that generally we are doing with the help of the cost management. You can just go for the cost management option in the search bar, or in the left side resource panel, you'll be getting option like a cost management option. So if you are doing here, you'll have option for going for selecting a cost management, and in the cost management tab, you have an option for creating a budgeting, or you'll be getting an option for invoice, or you'll be getting option for setting kind of alarm or alerts kind of things. So if you want to set any kind of alerts, like saying that if there is any budget, or if the price is been reaching to some particular percentage, if you want to get any kind of a notification, that notification can be configured here. So for that, you can able to use the cost management and billing options. Now, this is the lab one exercise you can do. So like when you're going for this mm, account creations, like after the account creation, so like try to create some kind of a billing alarm for your account, because you're using a free account. So free account, it's having only $200. So if you can set some kind of a billing alarm, like saying that once it is reach $100, send a notification to my email ID, or send a notification to my some official or admin ID. So that can be configured, or that can be configured with the help of alarm. So this is one lab you will be able to select it here. Now monthly cost you will be able to um, select. Now state of virtual machine, this already we have discussed. Like by default there's a 127, it's been the disk is been created, and by default this been like a 15 GB is the disk space is been by default this been created. Now one point you need to remember, don't save any data during this on your temporary storage, because by default if you're restarting or stopping this one, your virtual machine or the whatever data has been on saved on this one, it will be cleared. Now, state of machine, this is an important point you need to remember whenever you're stopping on this one. Public IP address has been removed and new IP address will be assigned. Now, best option is like you can go to operating system, and from there we are shutting down. There's option it's been preferring, but there are some situation if the OS is not accessible, then you have only option it's like connecting from the OS, this one. Now, public IP address, it's been how to assign or how to disassign, that point we are considered. So from the network interface card property, you have option for disassociate or associate. This typically we are using like if you're thinking, or your organization is thinking like you don't need to go for multiple VM with a public IP address, because you need some cost is an important factor you need to consider. So that kind of a situation, you can go for this option, like you can remove the public IP address from the VM. For that, you need to use an option called disassociate. Now, state conditions we already we have seen, like what is the state of the lab machines, and the monitoring we have seen, and deploying of a Linux machine. That is one exercise for you to make sure that you're deploying a virtual machine. So now how to connect a VM from a LAN, that already we have seen, and we have seen like how to connect it also. So in case of a Linux machine, if you're using, you need to go for a putty software. With the help of a putty software, you can able to connect it like this. So you can be able to connect with SSH and details you need to do it. So putty software generally you can use it. And if you want to configure your own website, you can go for creating using a WordPress also. For example, like you are creating your own website, you can just go to marketplace, and you're thinking like end of this lab, you want to create some kind of a website. It's very simple. You can get a public IP address and domain also here. So you'll be able to create your own website. For example, like thinking like cloudhub.com. I'm creating one website for me. So you'll be able to do it with the help of a WordPress. So you can just give name, give the website name like a cloudhub.com. Some website if you want to configure, you'll be able to configure. So while doing in lab, try to create a WordPress or your own website also. So that all can be done with the help of WordPress. Now, if you want to go for a Windows 10 or so client machine also, if you want, you can able to configure it on this one. Now, in case of a dedicated host, if you want to go for any kind of a dedicated host or a physical server on the Microsoft server, there you need to go for some option called host group. Because right now, if you're seeing like when we had a discussion on IAS, we have considered a 3 point. The first point was right now, whatever VM it's been created, Microsoft is deciding like which physical server this VM needs to be saved. The FC controller or orchestrator is deciding that. Now I am a user. Now I'm not interested for saving my VM on another. Now I'm a user. I'm not interested for look like there is some network fluctuation. Just give me a second. We have considered, sorry, in between, there is some network fluctuation happen. Now we have considered 3 point, like when we are discussing about the topic called ISAS. Right now we have created a VM. Right now Microsoft is decided what is the physical host it's been available. So right now you can see this is the physical host it's been created. Now you can see this is the physical host. So it's a physical host. You can able to see it's been created. The VM has been created here. Now another user, for example, like another user, it's connecting from another firm called Apple or Orange. So if they are connecting, they also it's been creating the same physical host it's been creating. Now I'm a user and there is some kind of, or the business is having some kind of a requirement. I don't need to use a shared physical server. Right now, if you're seeing here, one VM is created from one company called Orange. This is use a physical server. Apple company for also is giving a portal request, the same physical server is being located. Now my company is saying like, I don't need to share my VM with another company, or I am not preferring for any kind of a shared physical server. So I'm saying like for apple.com, I need a dedicated host. So I need a dedicated host. So if you want to create any kind of a dedicated host, I can go for option called host group. So in your VM, you will get an option called host group. So in that host group. So I can able to create, saying that my company like orange.com need a dedicated physical server, saying like host group name is like a dedicated or orange dedicated server. I'm selecting in East US. Okay. For example, let me check it my resource group where it is selected. Where is my it's in North Europe. So let's create on the same sense location. Let's select it my North Europe. Availability zone. It's been creating zone 1. It's been created. Okay, I'm just creating. Next tab. Tag, review and create. So I'm not preferring for any kind of a shared model. So I'm going for a dedicated one. So it's been creating. It will take a minute. So right now the resource group has been created. Now let's go and create a resource. If whenever you are going for creating a new resource, for example, like I'm creating a training. So you'll begin. I'm saying like this is the virtual machine. It's been North Europe. I'm saying like a test one. The source group has been test one. So I'm just giving the details in the advanced tab. Generally, you'll get an options here. Advanced tab. 1 second. See here, you will be getting an option here. In that tab, you'll be getting an option like select a host group name here. So right now the host group is look like it's not deployed, right? So you'll get an option here. So like you'll be able to select the physical server here. So orange dedicated server. Right now this option is disabled. Let me check it why this is not taking. This is under training subscription and it's in AZ104. So let's not select just training subscription and test one North Europe. Yes, we have selected the same thing. Training, just give password. So I'm just given the username and password. Look like it's given a wrong password. Just give you. No, inbound rule has been selected. Select networking has been selected. Assure batches, everything's been managed. One monitoring, everything's not needed. Advanced tab, I'm selecting. Enable user data not required. Look like it's been not zone 1. Look like there's some problem with our host group. Let's see what is the some problem with the host group. This is maybe in a different zone. Maybe that's the reason it's been. Oh, this I have selected availability zone. That's the reason we are not able to select. Let's create another one. Delete this host group and create new one, because this was selected in a availability zone. Because there is no availability zone we have selected here. Now, if you have selected availability zone here, availability zone 1, if you have selected this option, we would have received. So that's the problem. Anyway, let's create another one. Training one, Azure branch, host name, it's been dedicated server. Okay, dedicated server. So we have selected availability zone 1 in a previous say. That's the reason that option is not selecting, not getting. Because when we are creating a VM, we have selected no availability. So that's the reason the hosting group was not getting. So let's wait. Let's create this one. Host is something like host is your VM. The VM, it's generally known as a host. Host group inside is a physical server. It's a physical server. Now, host is something like it's a VM, and host is generally known as your VM. Whatever you're hosting, whatever VMs you are creating, that generally known as host. Host group means that your physical servers. So this orange dedicated server. Let's create another host group. Now we were trying to create a host group. Let's see, is there any host group is being created here? Look like our host creation is not started, or so we haven't pressed this create button. That the reason it's not started. Deployment has been created. Now let's go to virtual machine. Now the same region I'm trying to select. Just go to management tab. You may be seeing. Let's create one second. This is pulled the retails inventories in first. So let's create one second. So let's been test one. North Europe and all these details you can see in the advanced tab. You will get an option for C. Right now you'll be able to select your dedicated. You'll be able to see with the help of a dedicated host. So you see here, you'll be able to select your dedicated server here. So this is the host. Now dedicated size of the VM is not supported because whatever size is given, that hardware is not supported. That's the reason it's getting error message. So you need to do all that kind of a modification in the host group here. So once you select the host group, you can able to do all that kind of configurations. So you configure the host group. Just if you want to do any kind of a modification or adding or details, you will be able to do it from here. So right now I haven't configured anything on the host group. That's the reason the specified configuration is not it's been not supported. So host group is created, but the configuration is not done. So host group is generally using, like if you need to use any kind of a any kind of if you have got any kind of requirements, like we need a dedicated physical server, then that kind of a situation you will be able to use for a dedicated host. Now deleting a resource, it's been very simple. That's already we are seeing, like if you're deleting a resource, or it's been more, you're doing any kind of a movement, like all resources you can go. If you want to do individual deletion, you will be able to select it like this. You need to have option for a delete. So if you're going for deleting any resource, by default, Microsoft will ask you for the confirmation. So you need to give yes or no. So you need to go for yes or no. So before deleting this one, you need to make sure that no users, no one will be using your VM or your resource which is being hosted on the server. So there will be, I need to do a kind of a confirmation. Now, if you want to delete all the resource in a single shot, you can do it from a resource group level itself. You can able to go for the resource level. In the resource group level, you can just select it here. So if you want to delete this group, select it here, and you can have option for deleting a resource group name. So if you're going for deleting a resource group, you need to type it that name. What is the resource group name it's been deleted? So you can just type the name. It will do a validation. So it will be giving a detail like what are the resources you've been deleting as part of the resource deletion. Because resource group is something like a container. So if there is any resources being configured, so that you will be able to see it from there. So this kind of option you will be able to select it from there. So you can able to see this resource group which we are deleting. All these resources will be deleted. So whenever you're going for any kind of a deletion, the cost is your responsibility, and you need to make sure that there is a resource has been created, it's been deleted. Like since you are using a free account or a pay-as-you-go model, you need to ensure. Now, there are some situation customers or users will say, like, I've given it's been a delete button, but still there is some charges is been occurring. So the reason is like you need to ensure that in your notification area, you are getting a complete deployment or a deletion is being complete, because sometimes if there is some dependent resource or if there is some kind of issue is facing, your deletion or the activity will be getting failed. So you need to ensure that whenever you're going for any kind of a deletion in your notification area, this you are getting a message like this, you're seeing that deleted, maybe a few minutes before we have done a couple of deletion, right? We have done a deletion of one host group, right? So you need to ensure that your all the information is been uh, updated, and you are going through that all the notification instead of just simply clicking and deleting. So instead of that, you need to go for this one. You can able to see there is a it's been succeeded or a failed. All the details you will be able to see. So you'll be able to get all kind of events from that. So that you need to validate. Now, when you're doing a lab exercise, make sure that you are completing this deleting the resource and resource group on the in the portal level. Now, creating a VM using a PowerShell document, I will upload in the decode channel. Like what are the options can be used for a PowerShell base. I'll prepare a document and I will upload in the decode channel. So that can be used for in case if you're using for any kind of automation or it's been using any kind of a PowerShell option, then you can go for this option. So this is the next question for you. So this is a question for you. You can mark it a yes or no. If you want to make a VPN to site, done it by a VNet or using a firewall. Answer for that question handling, it's been handled with the help of a VNet only. Azure firewall, it's been coming in the picture. Like if you want to do any kind of a traffic management, then you need Azure firewall. So it's been like in case of like a site-to-site VPN, if you want to do, there is some gateway subnet needs to be configured, and with the help of that we are doing. There is no firewall; is not required. Firewall is not mandatory, but in case your organization want to do some kind of a traffic management, then you can go for that. So answer for this question. So answer for this question, it's like a no, because each location is having different cost is involved. So there is a different price is involved for this. So the answer for this question is no. So this answer for the next question. So answer for this question, it's been you are planning to deploy 2 VM and you need to find out what is the possible cost, not the exact one. What is the chances, like what will be the cost it's been coming? You need to just calculate this one. So generally this is done with the help of a pricing calculator. So the pricing calculator is the answer, because if you want to do some in budgeting, or if you want to do not for budgeting, this one to just identify how much cost generally average it will be coming. If you want to check the possible cost, then you need to go for a pricing calculator. So the next question for you. So what is Azure region? What do you mean by Azure region? So waiting for the all the members to post your answer on the chat. So answer for this question is answer one. It's been like one or more data center deployed within a geographical region that's called Azure regions. So this is the next question for you. So what do you mean by the virtual network? It's been this answer C is by default, it's been not valid because it's not permitting anything statement. It's been wrong. So answer for this question is B, because it's not part of any specific region. No, because it has to be part of a specific region. So answer for this question is B. So next question. So which resource is allowing it to enable the communication between the resources within a on-premises or within a VNet? So which resource has been allowing? Yes, the answer for this question is virtual network. So virtual network has been allowing it to do this one. Now, next question for you. By default, it's NSG is allowing it to create any communication outside a VNet. The in a yellow color I given, it's not to the inside, outside the VNet. By default, outside the connection, it's been allowed, right? Because internet, that's the reason you're getting external communication by default, it's been allowed. Only inside the connection only it's been blocked. So answer for this question, it's been allowed. So it's been answer is true. It's been NSG by default is initiating a connection. It's been allowing, because that's the reason you are able to connect to internet, because only the inbound connection only it's been blocked. Outside connection is allowed. So few people has been marked the answer is been B, no, because if the case was inside, The question was inside, then your answer is correct. Now outside connection is by default, it's been allowed. So if you want to make any kind of a connections changes, that you can able to do it. So answer for this question is A. Now this question you maybe it's been. Now whatever answer you posted, this is applicable to this one. By default, inbound traffic is been allowed. No. The answer for this question is whatever you posted in the previous question. Whatever you posted for the previous answer, inbound traffic by default is not allowed. So answer for this question is B. It's been false, but it's been not allowing anything. Now this is the best practice you can follow. It's like when you're using Microsoft account, make sure that it's been using a productive work, because instead of creating all the resources and uh, um, spinning on everything, make sure that whatever required resources you need for your infrastructure, use or create only that, because there is a cost is involved. So in case, even though if your VM virtual machine is been not running, make sure that you're cleaning and you are avoiding unwanted costs, because many times like people will think like I just shut down my machine, there is no cost. No, there is a storage cost is more. So in case if you are having like, even though if you are seeing like a stop or a deallocated state, there is a storage cost calculating the backend, because there is a disk is been allotted for you. So you need to make sure that in case if you're not using or if you're not need any kind of resource, make sure that it's been running or in a stop stage, make sure that you are deleting this one. Otherwise there will be cost involved. So you need to avoid this one. Now this is the um, self-study topic for you. Find out what is the difference between virtual machines and containers, and find out what is a Kubernetes. So you can just have a self-study on this. What is a container and what is a serverless compute and what is a containers and difference between the VM also. It's a self-study topic for you. So find out this one. And for connecting Linux machines through a VM, I'll share you that document, or I'll upload that document on the Discord link. So I'll share that document to the admin team, and they'll be giving you a beautiful explanation on how to upload this it on the how to use it's been SSH for connecting to the Linux machine. So this document I'll share it. Now this is another self-study topic for you, because when we are going for a VNet or it's been creation, you'll be using a public IP address on a private IP address. So already you may be aware of what is the concept of a public or a private. In case if you're not aware, do some brushing on this, because in a network or if you're going for Azure cloud support, the private and public IP address will be coming to the picture. So make sure that you have a proper document it's been available, or you're not aware of this one. So IP address is being classified class A, B, C, D, E, and E. D and E generally we are not using. One is using for a R&D purpose and other one is using for a broadcast or a multicast. Now rest of the things has been like only one set of IP address only will be can be used in the cloud. That's called a public or a private IP address. So you have a public and private IP address here. So this is the IP address been available. So this is the series of public IP address can be used, and this is the IP address generally internally we can use it. So whenever we are going for creating any kind of a private IP address or a VNet or a subnet, make sure that this IP address is coming from ABC on in this range. So that's the IP address can be used. Private IP address being globally unique, no, it can be different only. So each user will have a different option. Now, when it is coming to storage side, it's like it's similar like how you're installing an operating system. or when how you're installing the disk or the VM on premises hard disk, on premises infrastructure. Similar way here also you need a hard disk. So this hard disk generally it's been created virtually, that is called virtual hard disk. So you'll have a virtual hard disk has been by default it's been created. Now when you're seeing this by default, it's a virtual hard disk. If you're using a Windows operating system, by default, it's 127 GB is the disk is by default, it's been allotted. Now, maximum capacity can be 4095 GB is the maximum capacity as on date it's been supported. Now, if it is a Linux machine, maximum this is being created 30 GB. Now, if you want to go for more, there you have option for creating more also. So by default, 127 GB is been created. So by default, you'll have um, OS for 127 GB and temporary storages for 16 GB will be created by default. And by default, it's been drive is been detected. It's been a premium SSD or a SATA, and it's been C drive is the drive letter. It's by default, it's been assigned. Now, if you want to do any additional hard disk, that can be done. So temporary storage, it's been by default, it's been created. That's basically using like if you're taking a Windows, that's basically using for a page file. Now, in the case of a Linux, that's been generally using for a SAP file purpose. So the important point you need to remember or keep in your mind, like any data which you are saving on this temporary storage, it's be lost during the maintenance window, and uh, that's not preferred you to keep any application or user data on this temporary storage. So don't use for this drive for keeping any important information. Now, data storage, it's been like if you want to go for any additional storage, you can go for this one. So additional data storage can be SCSI or a premium or a backup. So based on this configuration, you can go. That's already we have seen like how to add the disk also. Now, whenever you're adding a disk, that will be created as in a VST file. So this is the way generally it's been created. Now, by default, if any disk we are creating on the Microsoft Cloud, by default, all the disks are in an encrypted format. So if there is any data the user is been writing to a disk in your Microsoft hard disk, it's been encrypted format. This is by default it's been using. So there will be security also. So by default, any data to be done, it's been encrypted format it's been doing. So when you are doing a lab or when you are practicing this on your Azure Microsoft portal, try to create a additional hard disk, try to delete or I try to create some existing and new hard disk also. That's one exercise you can do today. So like try for adding a new hard disk to a VM, create a VM, try to add a new hard disk. There's one exercise you can do it today. And try to add existing hard disk also, create a BHD file and try to create this one. Now, in case if you want to do any kind of a increasing or a downgrade or upgrade, once the OS is been created. Now, for example, like you have created a VM here. Now now you need to create some kind of a modification. So right now you're created some size here. Now you're thinking like, hey, I need to make some kind of a size changes here. Now you can do any kind of a sizing or a resizing. It can be downgrade or it can be upgrade. Now in case if you want to go for a increasing a size or the configuration of your system, or if you want to downgrade, that can be done with the help of this option. So sizing and performance will give you like what is it's been supported, that you will be able to select. Now, shrinking is been not supported here. Like once the disk is been reduced to small size, shrinking of the hard disk is not being supported. So you need to detach hard disk. So for example, you want to go for this one, you need to go for a resizing this one. So resizing to a new hard disk can be possible here in the case of VM. But the point you need to remember, whenever you're going for resizing the VM, it will be rebooted. So there will be a chance of outages also. You need to have a proper ITL, CR or change request is been placed. Otherwise, it's been not recommended to use this one. So this is the way the sizing and this configuration change has been doing. So this can be done with the help of a CLI or with the help of a command base also. So this is the normal command generally we are using, like you need to delocate and you need to make the disk changes with the help of a disk update. This kind of a commands base we need to do, and we need to start the VM also. So this disk expansion can be done with the help of this one. Now, if you want to do any kind of a disk expansions, for example, like you have 100 GB has been created as part of the VM creation. Later point, you are making any kind of a resizing. If you want to do any kind of a disk expansion, that is needs to be done from the OS perspective. So that generally we are doing like a disk part is the command, normal command. Generally we are using in a Windows side. If it is in the Linux side, you may be aware of the option called resize to FS. So that's a command can be used. With the help of that, you can go for expansion one. So resizing and can be done in using a command base also. So when you are going for a disk creation, try to create a VM or a disk with a different disk technology and different options also. And you'll have a different IOPS and throughput also will be getting. So it's based on what type of application it's been using. So your um, IOPS and throughput can be decided. So if you are checking the size and the configuration and the tier, you'll be able to see what is the provision IOPS you are getting on each of this one. So that can be done. That's basically using for like reading and writing, like input and output operation, that already you may be knowing like what is the IO operation on the system or the infrastructure. So uh, which based on like you're using a web server or a database, based on that you'll be able to select your IOPS, so that the option needs to be selected from your side. Throughput, it's been measured in the MB per second. That option you'll be able to see like amount, so how much amount of the data it's been sent to your disk for writing or in a specific interval. That generally decided by the throughput one. So there's the option you need to do. So snapshot, if you want to do, so it's been like if you want to take any backup or a disk snapshot, that is been possible from the VM level. So if you want to go for any kind of a disk snapshot, that can be taken. But this only support on the premium SSD, because there is a three option we were getting, like a premium and standard SSD, right? So this been supported on the premium SSD mode. So you need to go for that. Now, whenever you're going for additional NAC card, right now at the time of the installation, you may be installed only one NAC card, and if you want to go for any kind of additional NAC card, then you can go for additional NAC card option. But make sure that it's been needs to be it's in a stop state, because a live or a on fly, you will not be able to do any kind of a modification on the network interface card. So adding of additional network interface can network interface card can be done only in a stop state only. So VM should be on the stop state. So adding a network interface card to the VM, so that's generally done with the help of a network interface properties. You can just go to networking. In the networking, you need to make sure that this option is being enabled. Now, if you're going to another virtual machines here, I have one virtual machine is in stop situation. You may be seeing like there is an option called attach network interface card. You can able to create and attach new network interface card. You can give the name like it's been a secondary card, whatever. So just give a secondary card and you'll be able to create like this. The only point you need to remember, the VM should be on the number. So once it is being created, you'll be getting here. So you can be able to just wait for a second. You'll be able to see the additional network interface card is being created here. Now just it's been the network security network secondary network interface card has been creating, and it's been associating with the NSG route. So we need to wait a few minutes. Edwin is saying like he's not able to see the screen. This for everyone or it's only for the Edwin? So I request everyone to just confirm. Are you able to see my screen? Yes. So my secondary and the third laptop also the screen is been showing. So look like Edwin, there are some issues in your side. You can just reconnect and try. That be good. Right now, if you have added one additional network interface card, you can see there is a network interface card is been created here. You can see here the secondary has been created here. See here, there is an additional network interface card is been created. So this is a secondary card has been created. So while doing a lab or while practicing this one, make sure that you are trying for adding additional network interface card or adding additional uh, disk and try for changing the configuration. This lab you can try. Now, if you want to do any kind of a movement of a resource, for example, like if you want to move from one subscription to another subscription, or you want to move from one resource group to another resource group, all this can be, so it can be done. It's with the help of like moving a resource. For example, like you have created a resource and the resource has been aligned or it's been mapped under a subscription or a resource group. Now, if you want to move that, you can use a command or it's been option called move. So we can just go to any resource. Now, if you want to select it, select all, and if you want to move this one, now all resources you can just go. Now, if you want to, I need to move this information to another tab. Or just select this VM, just take a VM, like I need to move this VM. So I just go to option, like there's an option called services maintenance nodes. There's this option, there's only an option, like for example, like give me a second. If you want to move this one, generally we are getting option like in the resource group. Generally we'll get the option for moving this one. Right now the move option itself not. Yes, select everything and you will be getting, yes, it's been option, getting option like in the resource group. You want to move to another resource group or it's been another resource. You can you can go to resource group and you can tell like I need to move this resource to another subscription or another resource group. That can be done here. So you'll be getting option like move option, right? For example, like I have this many resource containers or all these resources being part of this container. So I need to move to this HR or another group. I have option like move to another resource group or move to another subscription. I'm just saying move this one to another subscription like HR and under network attached. If you want, you can move also. It will do a validation whether this can be moved or not. And in case if your resource or the department or the resource group needs to be moved to new billing subscription or need to be moved to another option, you can go for this one. So this can be done with the help of this option. So generally it will take a couple of minutes. So and once it is done, you will be able to move to another subscription. You just give next and you'll be able to move it. Some resource is not able to move. It can be a configuration issue or it can be a subscription issue. That's the reason you are getting some error message. So when you are doing a lab, try to create a resource under some sub resource group and try to initiate some movement also. Now there are some situation like you may be come across with some couple of issues like you installed a VM but RDP is not working or you're not able to do or RDP is not responding or VM is not responding. So in that kind of situation, you can move this VM from one host to another host. So maybe you maybe done this host migration on a VMware, right? If you already have some experience on a VMware, if you work like some situation, we used to do something, some option called VM host migration on the VMware side. So similar things can be do on your Microsoft cloud also. Like some situation, the VM is not responding. So it can be a problem with the underlying hardware, like whatever hardware Microsoft is using, that hardware having some issue and the VM is not responding, then that kind of a situation, you can go for some option called redeploy. So there is one option called in the VM, you'll have option called redeploy. So you can see in the bottom, in the option called in the help and support, you can go for redeploy. So you'll have option called moving to another uptime. So you will be able to do some kind of a redeploying, like it's be moving from one host to another one, and it will be applying some kind of a restarting kind of things. Again, it will try it for starting this one. So if I need to move this from one host to another host, right now if you're initiating, VM will be moved to another host. So in case if there is any hardware and VM is not responding to your RDP or HP, then that kind of a situation, you can go for a redeploying option. So redeploying, once you're initiated, this will be initiated. It will be initiated moving a VM to another resource. So right now you can see this redeployment has been initiated. Now this will be moving a VM from one host to another host. So it will take, generally it will take a couple of minutes. Now in the same VM itself, in case yesterday someone is asking like, if I need to reset a password, I forgot my password. So if you in that kind of a situation, you can go for this option, reset password option. So reset password will allow you for creating any kind of a password, resetting of your password option. Now, if you want to get some serial console, right? Right now, this option is disabled. The reason it's like my VM is in a migration state. That the reason the serial console option is in a disabled state. Now, if you want to access right here, VM is been respond. RDP is not getting, but you need to do some resetting or some command needs to be configured, which generally we are doing in a normal on premises, right? With the help of a serial console, if you want to connect that kind of a situation, you can go for a serial console option, like it's some booting or it's been some troubleshooting or some set of a command needs to be initiated. Then you can go for a serial console. So once you are getting, if you're taking this option, you'll be getting an option for getting option like for a you'll be getting option something like this. So you'll have a console, you'll be getting there, you'll be getting a command prompt like something like this. The screen will be something like this, serial console issue. So screen will be something like this. You'll be getting a command prompt like this. So you'll be getting a serial console. So if you want to type any set of a commands, you'll be able to type the command. So if you some troubleshooting, if you want to do that kind of a situation, you can go for serial console. Now monitoring tab, this is another one. Now security advisory and availability set, all these options easier. Now, if you want to do any kind of a boot diagnostics, like if you want to take some kind of a logs, sometimes like if the VM is down and if you are raising a ticket to Microsoft, the first question is when Microsoft is asking like, give me the log file. So it will ask you for this log file. So if you want to see what is the screen, like where the screen is currently standing, like is it in a control alt, is there any error message if you are getting, like without connecting to this your VM. Right now the VM is not responding. RDP is not getting. You want to check it like is there any blue screen or is there any issue is been happening? Then you can just go to this boot diagnostic. There you'll be able to see currently where what is your screen. Is it in a blue screen mode or is there any other error message is getting? Now if you want to connect to serial log file, if anything to be done, you can able to download the serial log files here. So this can be shared to Microsoft, or you'll be able to analyze if you are in a cloud engineer. It's like you will be able to analyze these options. So if you want to download this log file, you'll be able to do. And if you want to do configuration this of the serial log for your storage account, or it's been or a specific account, that generally you'll be able to configure it from here. Now in the VM properties, you'll be getting some other options like Windows Admin Center is something like a new feature. It's been installed in Windows Server 2019 onwards. This feature is available. So this actually it's an OS hybrid cloud feature, because if you are considering or in the on-premises solution, right now we are using a DNS or a DHCP or Active Directory, different console we were using, right? Like for if you want to access a DNS, you may be typing like a DNS management.msc and you're getting a DNS console. For a disk management, you are using a disk management console. For a DHCP management, you are using a DHCP management console. From 2019 onwards, Microsoft is introduced a feature called Windows Admin Center. So with the help of a Windows Admin Center, all the Microsoft console can be brought into a single unified console. So with the help of a Windows Admin Center, this window will be something like this. You will be right now the tool is not installed here. It's in a MSI package. So you'll be getting a consolidated screen like this, Windows Admin Center. So it can be connected to on-premises VMs or on-premises servers which you are hosted. You will be able to connect with the cloud also. So this single window, using a single window, you will be able to do all OS management. You will be able to do disk, or you'll be able to do the cloud management. You will be able to do services management. You will be able to do hardware management. Everything can be done with the help of Windows Admin Center. So with the help of option, this you can able to use for Windows Admin Center. So there's option you can able to use it. So and diagnostic settings can be used. Like in case of lab monitoring you already may be familiar. It's like if you want to get any kind of overview in the overview tab, you'll be able to see the monitoring tab. In the monitoring tab, you'll be getting all kind of information like what is the CPU or what is the disk, or it's been the disk operation. All this information can be uh, you'll be able to see it here. So like it's will be able to see all the uh, monitoring related info stuff. You'll be able to get it from the overview tab. So you can able to see and all activity logs related to your VM. If you want to find out, that you'll be able to get it from here. Like this is the activities been happen for the servers, and this is something like your event log which we were doing on the system. This more into the VM perspective you'll be able to do. And networking or a sizing or a security, if anything needs to be configured, so that can be able to do it from here. So any kind of inequity recommendation from a Microsoft advisor, so that you'll be able to set it here. So see there is some information Microsoft is given, like this the recommendation is given. So or if you want to integrate some kind of extensions, like when you're using a log analytics tool, uh, that kind of your monitoring agent, or if you're integrating with a cloud monitoring agent, then that kind of a situation you can go for extension of the application. So that kind of a situation you can able to this you can try these options. Now bastion service is something like I was saying like yesterday, like in a normal scenario, like if the gem service, if you're thinking like you don't need to, you're not interested for managing the gateway server or a gem server, then you will be able to configure an option called bastion service. So if you're deploying this one bastion service, there is a bastion services means like right now you're connecting using RDP, right? Now if you're enabling this bastion service, you will be connecting using HTTP, right? HTTP slash public IP address you need to 20 dot, you'll be connecting like this 20 dot 10 dot whatever IP address of the public machine, the bastion machine, you'll be connecting like this. So it will be connecting to bastion host, and there will not be any underlying hardware machines or VM will be available on the system, because when you're using a gem server, you are technically you are creating a VM only, and VM with a public IP address and private IP address that is been connected to a firewall and to the external network, and with the help of that, users is been connecting. Now when you're using for a bastion service, you're giving a responsibility to Microsoft, saying that the physical hardware management or OS management needs to be handled from the Microsoft side. So bastion service, if you're using HTTP protocol, you will be connecting. So for that, you can able to go for the bastion service. And if you want to go for any kind of a updates or a patch management, you can able to go for this option. This is called patch management option. You'll be able to select it. Now, in case if you want to create any kind of a networking, so if you want to go for a network creation, by default, it's like along with your VM, the network is been created. Now, if you want to create for a new or a virtual network, you can go for the virtual network option. You will be able to select it here, like which resource group you want to create. Right now, I'm saying like I need to create a new network in the training resource group. I can say like this is for finance department. Now, it will ask you like which region this needs to be created. The point you need to remember when you're going for any kind of a VNet creation, your resource group and your VNet should be on the same region. It cannot be on the different region. So the resource group or the region, the resource group or the VNet which you are creating on the subscription should be on the same page. You cannot have your resource group in one region and VNet in another region. That is not possible. So in case you have multiple region, then you need to have multiple resource group should be available. So it's recommended to have both should be on be configured on the same region. Now when you're going for the IP address, it's asking you like what is the pool of IP address you need to be created. So I'm saying like VNet finance department is using a IP address range from 10.3.0.02 10.3.255.255.255. So almost 65,000 IP address I'm getting. If you want to add multiple network options to be done, you have option for adding also. And this is the 65,000 is the IP address you are getting here. Now, out of the 65,000, instead of all the 65,000, it's been connecting to a single one, you have an option of creating subnet also. You'll be able to create multiple. This is again one pool you are creating. This is something like you are making a house here. This is you're made a foundation and the house you made. Now inside this one, you will be able to create additional rooms like this. This is something like my this for my work from office room inside my home. I'm saying the subnet range is been something like 10 dot. So I request everyone to mute your mic. So I'll be able to create additional subnet. Rizky, I'm requesting you to mute your mic. Sam. Fatima, I'm requesting to mute everyone's mic. So like this, you'll be able to create additional subnet. So if you want to create additional subnet from this pool, you will be able to create it like this. So okay, so in case if you're creating a networking or a VNet, make sure that you are creating an additional subnet. Now, if you're not using this one, all your VMs or all your resource will be mapped to a single VNet and single subnet. So you'll not be in a position to create a any kind of a isolation or a segmentation or a separation. So make sure that you'll be creating a multiple subnet. And DDoS is the option right now. If you're seeing like a DDoS attack, and it's like if you're taking a IT blogs, or it's like if you're reading Twitter, all these things, you have an option of a DDoS also. That's called distribution of denial of service. So by default, the hackers, it's been trying to hack your system. It's been trying to make your website is been down. So they'll be using a different mechanism, like they may be using a bot service or artificial intelligence. With the help of that, they will be connecting to your Microsoft portal. So like, and they are trying to make your VM it's been unstable. Uh, DDoS protection standard is not free. There will be cost is involved. It's been only the basic one only. It's been free. So by default, the basic has been enabled. Now, if you want to go for additional level of mitigations or it's in the protection, you need to enable this one. So by default, the protection standard is in a disabled mode. The reason is like there are two modes it's been available. Like if you're taking a DDoS one, there is a two plan you will be able to see. So Azure DDoS protection, there is a two types. If you're thinking like a set types, there is a two options you'll be able to see. There is a protection basic and protection standard also you'll be able to see. The protection standard is by default it's been enabled on your system. The protection basic is been enabled by default on your system. Protection standard needs to be enabled from your side. So that protection standard, it's been able to configure it from you. So if you are going for any kind of a protection, protection standard, you'll be able to get some additional features. For example, like I'll show you what are the options you are generally getting. Just give me a second. Give me a second. Okay, I'll show you that details. Just give me a second. I hope you can see my screen. So there are two mode it's been generally it's getting. So if you're seeing here, so these are the features you are getting on a standard. So connecting, it been connecting to a point. By default, it's been supported only for, by default this has been supported. What is my screen? So by default, your DDoS protection basic is enabled on your system. So if you want to go for protection standard, these are the features generally you're getting, like a metrics alert, or if you want to, you'll be getting a notifications, almost a 60 plus mitigation. It's been allowed, it's been information, it's been blocked, and you'll be able to connect to Microsoft Defender, threat management, intelligence. This kind of additional feature you'll be getting, like if you're going for a DDoS protection standard. By default, all the VNet is been by default, it's been enabled with the DDoS protection basic. So in case if you're thinking like I need to go for any kind of DDoS protection, then we can go for this option that's been enabled from the VNet level. So you'll be able to have option for enable this one. Now, if you're thinking like there's a firewall to be configured, that firewall option can be configured from here also. And what is the firewall name and where you need to connect, that option you will be able to add it from here. Or if you want to configure it in a different way, you need to go for like a firewall option. You can go for it's been a firewall rule or the firewall, it can be configured here. So you need some firewall subnet needs to be configured. So with the help of that firewall, you'll be able to manage all the traffic management. So firewall is basically working with the three rule that's called application rule, and you have a NAT rule, and you have a routing rule also. Now, if you're configuring a multiple firewall in your system, so for managing all the firewall, there is some products called firewall manager also. So if you have multiple firewall, if you're configuring a VNet, then you can able to go for something called Azure Firewall Manager. So with the help of Azure Firewall Manager, the complete network management you can done with the help of a centralized dashboard or centralized tool. That's called a firewall manager. So if you have multiple VM if it is configured on the system, then you can able to go for this option. So it's called Azure Firewall Manager. So with the help of this, you will be able to configure this one. Now, in case if you want to go for any kind of a VPN configuration, basically it's been supporting uh, three mode of a VPNs. One is called a P2S, and second one is called S2S, and there another one is called a Express Route also. So basically, it's like if you're connecting on a Microsoft networking side. Let me share the screen. Microsoft networking has been supporting almost all the features which we are getting on your on-premises one. Like in the case if like you want to migrate your on-premises to a Microsoft, and you want how multiple VMs, it's been the host has been connected in different data center, and you want to connect with your existing on-premises data center or a branch office, that kind of a situation you need to go for a Microsoft networking option. So Microsoft is offering almost a 30 plus networking features, which include it's like a VNet, and which include other features like um, load balancers or a virtual gateway, or it's been a VPN connection or a firewall or a traffic manager. So like this, there is a lot of options generally we are getting. So as all know, it's like networking generally we are doing, like it's for making a communication or a data exchange. So this needs to be in a more secure network way we need to do. So they'll be using this typically if you're taking a Microsoft Azure side. So this is the way generally this the network is been coming to picture. So you'll have a in between all your VNet. For example, like this is the net. There's a one network is been created here. You can see this is the one VNet you are created under VNet. Instead of right now we understood like almost 65,000 plus and 1,000 plus IP address you are getting. Now instead of keeping all this IP address on a single VNet and a subnet, you will be isolating the network like this. You will be creating a multiple VNets, because if you're creating a multiple VNet, you will be able to do internal traffic management also, because I don't want all the HR users to be access my HR database or HR portals. So I'll be able to segregate, or I'll be able to isolate my network with the help of a subnet. So this subnet will be part of your VNet, but in between that you'll have something called NSG also. So network interface rule. So this NSG is generally assigning in the subnet level. So NSG can be assigned in a subnet level, or NSG can be assigned in a NIC level also. In the NIC level or in a subnet level, you will be able to configure this one. So if any packet is coming into this particular subnet, your NSG or the internal firewall will validate. If this is allowed, only that packet will be allowed to insert to that. And this have option for delaying also. Now, in between that, you have Azure load balancer will come. and if you want to connect to your on premises or other network, you can configure something called a VPN also. So this VPN can be configured in a different way. So this is the way normally this is connecting. Now, if you're taking a single VM, by default there is will be a NIC will be attached, and this NIC will be part of a subnet. This subnet will be part of a virtual network. So if you're creating any VM on the system, by default these three components will be created. So with the help of these details, like with the help of virtual network or a subnet, I can communicate within a VNet or within the subnet also. If you want to make the connection to outside the network, that means to other virtual network or on premises, I may have to enable a couple of NSG rules or outbound rules needs to be enabled. So typically this can be used for connecting within a subnet or within a network, or if you want to connect to on premises, that portion also it's been possible. So if you're taking any configuration on the Azure side, so this will be represented with a CADR block. So you may be aware that it's been like when you're going for any kind of a representation. So you'll be using a classless inter domain routing. So CADR generally stands for classless inter domain routing. So you'll be using a classless inter domain uh, routing. So you will have IP address will be represented within a octet or in a hexadecimal format. It will be mentioned. So you'll have octet and it's been a readable format. It will be represented. So for that you can able to use it. And if you're taking a network, you will have both IP address will be by default, it's been assigned. You will have an IP address. This has been taken from the VNet which you are configuring, and you will have a public IP address also. This public IP address has been dynamic one, and if you want to go for any static, you have option for that also. So the IP address, the public IP address in a random or in a dynamic. So in case if you are hosting a web server or if there is any website needs to be static, then that kind of a situation you need to make sure that your public IP address has been configured in a static mode. So that static mode where you are creating, you need to go to your VM properties, and the VNIC property you'll have option for selecting to static and private option. There is a both option will be available, and there will be able to create. Now, generally, these are the capabilities generally we are getting with the help of a network. Like you will have option for isolation, you are able to connect to internet, and you will be able to communicate between a network, and you will be able to do all kind of a filtering or a route or management can be done. Now, isolation and segment generation generally we are doing with the help of an option called subnetting and NSG. So like if you are creating a VNet, if you want to make it like some kind of a isolation to be done, then you generally we are doing with the help of a subnet or with the help of a NSG only generally we are doing. Now, internet connection, by default, internet connection is being enabled on for all the virtual machine. Now, if you want to disable this one, that you need to block it from in a firewall level or in the NSG level, you need to block it that. So by default, all the VM which you are creating on the system on a Microsoft cloud, internet is been by default, it's been allowed. So if you want to block or if you want to do any kind of a traffic management, that needs to be done from the firewall or from a NSG level. Now, communicating between Azure resource, it's been by default, it's been allowed within a VNet and within a load balancer also. If you have all multiple VNet has been configured, if you want to connect each other, then you need to go for that option. So you can able to go for a VNet, or it can be able to create a virtual network, and with the help of that, you will be able to do this one. Now, few people may be asking like how to connect to on-premises network. So there are three methods generally we are using for connecting the resources to a cloud. For example, like if you're connecting from an office, or if you're connecting from an outside your network, and you want to make one option, like you have seen like using a RDP protocol we have seen, so we are connected. Now if you want to make sure that the connection between you and the connection between the cloud, it's be in a more secured way, then you can go for something called a point to site VPN. So that's called P2S, point to site option you can able to configure. Now in case if you're going for a point to site configuration, make sure that you'll be creating a VPN client on the server, and here also you need something called VPN subnet. That's called router gateway needs to be created. That means separating subnet gateway needs to be created. So I'll be uploading this document on the Discord channel, how to create this VNet and how to create a P2S and S2S. The screenshot document I'll be uploading the Discord channel. Now, site to site generally using like if you have n number of users who's been connecting from an office, so then that kind of a situation you can able to configure site to site VPN. So both the side you need a router, both the side in your office also you need a router, and the Azure side also you'll have application gateway or the VPN gateway will be available. So with the help of that, through the internet, the secure channel or secure tunnel will be established. So in the both the side, in your on-premises side also you need a router which is capable to track the traffic from the internally and can be connect to Microsoft side. And Microsoft side you'll have something called Microsoft gateway servers will be available. With the help of that, you will be able to connect and you'll be able to make eye to eye, site to site channel. So basically, it will be using a IKV protocol. Generally, it is using for making a connection. Now, if you want a dedicated channel, right now, if you're seeing here, the connection is going through internet. So you want more consistent and it's been stable connection. If you need, then you can go for the S2S mode. That's called express road mode. So you have to connect with the internet service provider that basically known as a partner edge. So with the help of a partner edge, you will be able to create a express route circuit that is called tunnel. That's called you will be getting a primary and the secondary tunnel. So with the help of that, you will be able to get a dedicated channel. So basically, if you're going for Azure express route, you will have a primary connection and you'll have a secondary connection also. You'll have a primary and secondary connection will be the with the help of that, you'll be able to connect with the Microsoft 365 product, or you'll be able to connect with the Microsoft on-premises solution also. So both the option will be available and you'll be able to connect. So you can able to go for Azure express route also. Now, when it is coming to a route or a traffic management, there are two methods generally we are using here. Like one is called a routing table we are using. So you people may be already aware of a routing concept. Like if you want to transfer one packet or the information from one network to another network, you need routing to be enabled in the system. Now, routing is generally enabled or it's been in the cloud side with the help of a two option. One is called a routing table. Routing table, it's been like there is some default route will be available by default if you're seeing your VM. Now, if you go to your VM properties, virtual machine properties, under the networking tab, there will we will be able to see something called there is some effective rules. You'll be able to see there is some effective routes. There will be option you can see. There is by default, there is some system route is been default by default, like from where to where the communication to be enabled, or how to from which source to which destination this packet is allowed. So by default, there is some system route is by default it's been allowed. This is called system routes. It's been cloud is enabled by default. There will be able to 5 to 6 route is been by default. It's been enabled. Or if you want to go for any kind of a user defined route, you need to go for a routing table that is called route table you need to go. So you will have option called route table. In the route table, you will be able to create a routings. Like if you want to go for some customized routing, saying that one VNet to one net VNet connection is needed, or one source to another netting needs to be enabled. So if you want to go for any kind of routing, you'll be able to configure it from here. So you'll have option for creating a routing, for example, like test route. So the same region where you're creating a network, the same region needs to be created. Let's go for north North Europe and create. So you will be able to do a user defined route that generally known as UDR. It's called user defined routes. So if you want to configure any kind of routing, it's manually, then you need to configure routing table manually so that you can able to do it with the help of this. So once it is done, a routing table is created. There you'll be able to configure routing. Now, right now the routing is just enabling. So right now, if you're just checking this routing table, it's been just creating. I think is routing is here. You'll have option for adding a routes. So if you want to do any kind of a routing, saying that if there is any packet is coming from being HR department, this needs to be go for. I'm just kidding, like this needs to be I can able to define IP address also. Source it's been I'm saying like 0.0.0.0/. Okay, this needs to go to my firewall. So if you want to go for any kind of configuration, like, and I can give this my firewall IP also 10.0.0.1. So if any packet is coming from internet, this needs to go to a firewall. So if you want to go for this kind of a configuration, that can be done with the help of a routing table. So when you're coming to internet, so there is to the networking side on the cloud, this can be configured with the help of a route table or with the help of a BGP also. So BGP is the another there is another option it's been available here. It's called BGP. It's called BGP can be configured. Now netting can be route table. It's been by default it's been route table. It's been not sure like what is the number it's been maximum supported. So I remember there was a maximum support. I just need to check. I think 500 or 900 was the latest one. There is some there is no limit. There are some charges is there for the routing one. So the pricing there is some charges been there for the Azure route one. So if you are seeing here, there is some charge Microsoft is charging this one. So if you are seeing this, some pricing, I remember there's a exact pricing. I need to just check it on that route. There is a price is involved for this route tables and gateway. So if you're seeing here, there's some price is involved. So you can see here. So this for router server. So there's ASC server, Azure routing table price. So you need to just refer this document. So it's been so we will be able to create almost 4,000 to 4,000 route tables in the system. That was the previously it's been supported. Now I'm not seeing any difference on that. It's been around 4,000 route table can be created. So the pricing part we need to just check the refer the Microsoft document. Are we going to create a VM dedicated for a NAT or is there a Azure maintained NAT server? You need to, Alistair, you need to go for creating a separate NAT with the help of a firewall. So you need to create a firewall. There you'll be getting option for a source NAT or designated NATing can be configured. So it's not configured with a NAT server or gateway. This being generally done with the help of a firewall. So with the help of a firewall, inside a firewall, you will be getting a 3 routes that's called a NATing. So can be configured. I hope this been answered. Routing pricing table, we need to just check that table. It's been like what is the cost currently it's been Microsoft is charging. We need to just check into that. That's about the routing part. It's called BGP is the another protocol it's been using for making any kind of routing, like it's been dynamic routing can be configured. Then you need to go for this one. So you can able to go for the Microsoft BGP is the protocol can be used. So if you want to do any kind of a dynamic routing, then you can able to go for BGP also. Now filtering generally we are done with the help of a two concept. One is called NSG and second one is called the virtual network appliance. So you can go for the NSG can be configured. So NSG has been internal firewall and firewall it's been on the virtual network appliance that's called MVA also it can be configured. So in case if you want to make any kind of a traffic management or filtering can be done, that generally we are done with the help of NSG or with the help of a network firewall. So this is the option can be generally available on the Microsoft side. And if you want to connect to multiple VNet, there is some situation like you have a multiple VNet is been created. So if you want to make multiple VNet configuration, that generally we are done with the help of a called peering. So this peering can be configured in two way. One is called regional peering and second one is called global virtual network peering also. For example, global network peering means that you have a two data centers. One data center is created in US, another data center is being created in uh, Africa. And if you want to connect, there is a one VNet is being created here. and another VNet is being created in the another region. So if you want to another data center, now if you want to interconnect between these two, you need to enable option called peering. So this generally is like a region to region connection it's been coming. So this is being considered as a global peering. So multiple region is being interconnecting. That's generally done with the help of a global VNet peering. Now within a region, for example, in the Africa itself, you have multiple VNet. For example, I have a VNet A and you have VNet B. If you want to connect these two, then you can go for something called regional pairing also. That generally we are done with the help of option code in the networking itself. You will have option the it's in the networking. If you're seeing like virtual network, if you're selecting the option, you will have option called peering. So you'll have option called peering. With the help of this, you'll be able to do the peering. So you have any another peering to be done within a region or another region, you can give that detail and you'll be able to do the peering from here. This generally done with the help of the networking. So you'll have option for connecting to different region or a different this one. So, and the important point you need to remember, there is a by default 50 virtual network it's been supported from the region, and if you want to go for any kind of a increase, generally we are done with the help of a quota increase. So each subscription you will have a one quota also will be available. Just go to any subscription. In the bottom you'll be getting an option called usage and quota. So you can just go to usage and quota. You'll be able to see like how much you are currently it's been using, and is if you want to go for any additional one, you'll be able to increase also. For example, like user ID has been currently using public IP address in North Europe. It's been allowed a 10 public IP address has been allowed for me in North Europe. Out of that, currently I'm using 3 because I have created a 3 VM. So I have 3 only it's been currently is using. So if you want to go for any additional or it's been support or the quota limit, you can give the subscription and you'll be able to do increase. So Microsoft, you will be able to go for any kind of a quota management. So by default, you can limit the 500 is the maximum it's been supported, and 50 is the virtual network can be configured. It's in the per region. Now, if in case if you're going for any kind of a VNet, make sure that there will not be any conflict with your on-premises and your cloud infrastructure also. Because whenever there is a connection, VPN connection, if you are establishing between your on-premises and cloud, if you're using same IP address or same range, there is a chance of a conflict also. Because once your VPN has been established, your communication has been acting in a private mode. So it's been like using a private IP address generally it's been established. So in that kind of a situation, you will be having an IP address conflict will be there. So this is about the virtual networking. Now, all the VPN and how to create a VM using a PowerShell. All this information will be uploaded on the Discord channel. Fatima, I need your help for pasting the feedback link. Just give me a second. So all the links, all the share, whatever sessions we have covered so far, it will be uploaded on the Discord channel, and e-certificate also you will be getting. So it's over is attended all the 6-day training, you'll be getting a certificate also. So that will be admin team will be communicating to you. And this is the feedback form. And so if you have any suggestions, and if you want to go for more trainings like next month, or so I think this month and next month, we are coming with a lot of advanced topic on the Microsoft Azure. So you keep following out the Discord channel and share with your friends also. So because all the latest program, whatever latest certification training it's been coming from the Microsoft, we'll be announcing the training for everyone. So you can go for this option. So with the help of that, you'll be able to you'll be able to upgrade your competency and skill set. So with this note, we are concluding the day 6. So thank you everyone, and so at least last 6 days, we are able to touch some points related to AZ104 exam and couple of the common services have been available on the cloud. So with this note, we are concluding the session today. So thank you everyone. Thank you for the active participation for the last 6 days. And thank you Fatima and Tripsha and the team so who was driving and coordinating this program. So thank you everyone, and wish you a happy weekend and wish you a great career in the cloud also. Thank you. So with this note, we are stopping the session, stopping the recording. Thank you all. Take care.